Cybersec, welcome on in. Good morning, good time zone. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? It is Friday, officially. We have some good news, I think. I'm not sure. You're gonna need to check things out, but I think we have some good news, which is impressive for once. I don't know. I have doubts. I have so much doubts. We have some new things related to ban. Ban has gotten some updates which are potentially pretty good, but I need some of you to check them out to make sure that it is in order and working and proper, which is pretty cool. The perfume app has been submitted. That's the word I was looking for. Submitted for review for Apple, so that we may have an update tomorrow, today, next week. I don't know when that will happen, but we may have a new update. I'm kind of sad about the newest update because most of them are introducing some crashes for older users. But then again, we don't have so much users, so I'm like, is it, does it matter? Yes. Do I care? Yes. Would it be better if it didn't crash? Yes. But it does crash, and the fix is easy on the user end, but I can't do anything on my side. So we'll see. We'll see. And then Can got an update, which is cool. Hasn't been submitted yet, so I'm waiting for this to happen. Um, I need two more stuff, and then I'm expecting having a bit more time this weekend to work on the Android version of Can, because that would be pretty appreciated from everyone, me included, um, to be able to get like the latest version of what we have on iOS in the Android side as well. So that's a thing. We'll see if that happens. We'll see if that happens. But that's the thing. Um, but yeah, how was your week? How was Cat High? What going in? That's the news. The main news on this thing is the fact that I think, I'm not sure, but I think I finally figured out the login flow. So now you can log out and you can log in without having a bug in the beginning. It depends. Depends. I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't tested out in all platforms, in all um, browsers, but it works in Safari, it works in Arc, which means it works on Chrome. So it should be fine. But I don't know. I don't know. Um, and then lastly, I worked on the Discord page. We kind of talked about it last time. It's a very simple thing. Sometimes that's one of the issues that I have with it. Sometimes the content doesn't work, and I don't understand why. On the video of recording, you can see that there is a description, like join the Discord. Um, that was the description. But then for some reason, when the page reloads or I do stuff, it just decides to not go through or gets replaced by the native stuff. So I don't know. I have some doubts on this thing. We'll see if I can figure it out at some point. But yeah. Loti is good, but I wouldn't recommend it. The main reason why I wouldn't recommend Loti is because the guy that created Loti got hired by the Rive team. And so when that happened, most of the Loti development stuff was kind of set on the back burner without being able to work on it because he was working on Rive stuff. So I think, and I forgot, I think he got out of Rive and now is back on Loti. But nonetheless, most of the tech, most of the capabilities, and the speed that Loti is providing, Rive now has that as well. So I don't really see the point of using something that isn't going to have as much support as the biggest one, which is Rive right now. So I would highly recommend you to check Rive if it makes sense to you. If it doesn't, you're like me, then use Lodi instead. But yeah, that's that's a thing. That's a thing that might be better. Might be better. I don't know. So for your own, here we have the logout, and it logs out. I'm so happy with that. And then we have the sign in, which has the sign in, and it works. And I'm logged in, and I didn't have to refresh the page or anything. I can still navigate to the home page, which is something that wasn't working last time. I still have this text word in the center that I don't like, but yeah. Maybe you need to not stream, Cat. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's the... I get it. How's the job hunting stuff, by the way? I forgot if you're still job hunting or if you like me and you gave up, which isn't a viable option. Current plan is burn through cash and then die. Then that's the current plan. There is no other plan. It's just, yep. No options. No options. I see. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. It's just, I mean, everything is just broken. The thing that I'm receiving on LinkedIn is, most of the people that I used to work with and so on are like finding new jobs, and I don't understand how they decided to do that. But everyone is just not finding anything, which is crazy. Like the girl that is at the bakery that I go to, her boyfriend is in business and sales and isn't finding anything either. So yeah, market be the market, and goddamn, is it a pain in the ass? Like that, nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. But also, I'm not like that active, and the thing that I'm seeing on the job boards and what is like recommended, like this would be great. I'm not gonna complain about having an option in as a creative director at Apple in Japan. That would be a great fit for me. The only thing that is not a great fit is that a creative director position in Japan expects you to have a bit of a knowledge of how to speak Japanese and properly, and make sure that you can communicate the things how you want them to be in Japanese. That's not my case yet. So yeah, this whole thing is just wild. And then all of the Randstand, Aqua, all of these things like BRS and so on, They are talent agencies. They are not companies. Like the only one that is a company in there is Mercari here and Apple at the top, which are companies, but the rest is just talent agencies that are hiring you and placing you somewhere rather than a real company. And that's really sad. This one also uh, is a job that, as you can see, I have like 3 connections. Technically, I have 5, but um, I've been applying to that position for the past 2.5 years, roughly. uh, and it's just that job is always there, and it makes no sense. Like it doesn't make any sense that they are still looking for someone to fill that role since I came back from Japan in 2024. Like they had all 2024 to find someone that didn't. What they told me last time was um, they found someone, and because of the relocation package, that person decided to not relocate. When in the job description, it was written almost in the beginning that this was a Japan position, as in you were supposed to be in Japan. So if you are outside, there would be a need for relocation. Nonetheless, that person didn't go through, so they put back the offer. I went through 3.5 interviews, and then they said no, no, and then I saw the thing go back up again, and then go back up again, and now it's back up again. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I get interviews because I'm currently listed as here. I'm currently listed as in Tokyo and not in France, and therefore I get through the first step. And then during the interview, when I say, well, I'm currently in France, so I would need visa sponsorship and so on, they're like, okay, cool. That's the thing that we can do. And then they don't go back. Yeah. uh, so in the meantime, I'm working on my own stuff, for no reason whatsoever. I, to be honest, at this point, I don't think I would be uh, that annoyed if the position that I get is an on-site, like in-office thing. If it's a in Japan thing and it's in office, I feel like it's better for me in terms of learning the language and integration and so on. If it's something in France and it's in office, I think they can go fuck themselves. That's not probably not gonna happen. Um, but I mean, if it's mandatory. But then again, if you look at the co-working spaces that we have around here, it would need to be like very close by so that I can go there by walking, by foot, and walking. That would make sense. But yeah, um, then again, I haven't had like a proper interview in a while. Most of the thing that I have is freelancing jobs, which are enough to sustain me. Not a lot, but like enough. So it's something. It's something. And then these are not working, but working. I think we had yeah, I was about to say, I think we had 2 more people join, and that's the case. So as always, these metrics we set it at midnight for the day, so it tracks the whole day, and then on the next day just updates. So that's we had 2 more users. Yay me. And that's a nice news overall. It's a cool thing. Um,
When everything seems like it's failing.
I think depending on where it is, like if I
Those are the only things you will ever have full control over.
gonna use Tokyo as a base because it makes more sense for me. If I have my house is here, so I mean my previous house is here, so if I have a job that is roughly around this district, which is like the working district thing, then that's fine. That's a 20 to 30 minutes walk in the morning and at night, and I'm fine with it. If it's something that is around here, that's it looks like it's the same distance. It is, but also the train in question that I would need to take is one of the most packed train that exist. So it would shift my entire like schedule to get the train before rush hours. And then if I had a place or a job here, which is like the other one, the one that I talked about a second ago, is in Nihonbashi, which is around here. That basically means that instead of having my flat here, I would take this one because this is a good option as well, and it's close by, and it's like 15 minutes walking, 30 minutes in depending on the day and the conditions, and then it's just like a bus, or roughly a train that is really, really non-packed. So that's cool, but it's still Tokyo Station related, and therefore there is a lot of people. And if that was the case, if it is like an on-site all day, every day of the week, I wouldn't really mind. That would be like absolutely fine with me. Specifically, if it's in a section or district that is pretty calm, like where I used to live around here. If it was like somewhere around there or somewhere around here, I would be fine with it. And being there all the time, there is like a ton of really cool co-working space around there. That would be neat. But yeah, it's just like for me, it's just the commute system. I don't really mind doing the commute. I just need to make sure that the environment around it is fine. Atakan, hi, welcome on in, welcome back. How are you today? So that's what I'm thinking about most of the time. But then again, with using Hamlet for everything, it's just so much better for me to go through. And sadly, their website is still like kind of shit. They haven't updated it, but the fact that they have so many places open, so many options, it just makes it so easier for me to just say, well, I can be wherever. It doesn't really matter. Like it can be around here, it can be around here, it can be around there, which I like. They have 2 new places here. They have another one here. I know we have 2 or 3 around there. There is another one somewhere around here, which is too far away that I never checked. And then there is the one that I went at once, which is like far, far away around there. And you know, it's fine. So that's one of the benefits that I have that you don't have, Cat, specifically of you are kind of stuck in one place and you can't move around as easily when it comes to your house. Whereas me for Japan specifically, I can move around wherever and I don't really give a shit. Like it's a matter of just saying, well, this month is going to be my last month in that property, and I'm gonna move in 2 months in the other ones. And the company Hamlet is like, oh, yeah, cool. All good. Let us know. Let us know. We do a contract, and then you're good. You can move. You can. That's fine. There will be a bit of a fee, but you know, all fine. And yeah, that's a thing that is a very, very high benefit, I'd say. But yeah, be traveling Sundays. Traveling for Latvia already? My brain is like, is it already the case? Are you like starting next month? Your Erasmus thing? Maybe. Maybe it is. But congrats on traveling. Traveling is good. So yeah, and then if you go into here, technically not here, but if you go into here, um, around there is the. Ah, what do you mean? No, there is the whole. Now I'm in the whole. Indeed, there is the whole section of brain. Roskies, hi, welcome on in. The whole section of Google and other big ass companies that have like their co-working spaces around here or there. I forgot. I always forget I need the look of it. Like these things. No, not inside. This is not gonna work because this is like inside of the thing, but nonetheless, all of these ones are like the Google office, the big company's office, and there is like a ton of co-working space in the first floor, and around there as well. Somewhere around there, I forgot exactly which one it is, but you have like a ton, and so that's kind of fine. Um, so yeah, that's that's a good place to be. Also, it's really, really close to Shibuya and so on, but same thing. Like the usual issue with that is that everything around here, in terms of renting, is so expensive. The one that I like is around here, or there is another one somewhere around there that I remember of, or here. I forgot exactly where it is, but yeah, it's these are nice places for me. But I still love this one for many reasons. The fact that where I used to live is really close to a lot of greenery, but also my hospital. That is, I need to be able to go there and be quickly there. So previous flat it was here. They have, like as I said, they have a new version or new building that they have acquired that is around here or here, which is closer. So that might happen if I go back, which implies like the location of the work could be, should be somewhere around here. So that's that's a thing as well in thinking. I could like transfer myself from this one to somewhere else, but nah, it was nice. I mean, it was nice. Not really, but it was nice. Anyways, congrats on getting lounge access with N26. That is cool. That is a good news all the time. That is always a good thing. Also, Kroskis, how are you? How was your week? How have you been? How's everything? How's the non-cooperative cooperative designer thing? Is that still going on? Why did I change to this scene? That makes no sense to me. So this is now working. You should be able to log in, log out, and create your whole profile and so on. That's good. Highly recommend you decide to pay me for no reason, you know. Uh, but at least you would have access to all these new styles, new things that I think are pretty cool. The only stuff that I haven't checked yet is these, and I just realized that this obviously doesn't work. But yeah, the cards are supposed to take the color in question, and right now they are not. So I will need to figure out how that needs to happen. The initial is currently working, so yeah. Um, the optimal arrival time is 2 a.m. That is crazy. That is crazy. God damn. Damn, that's bad. That is pretty bad. But I get it. I get it. If it works, it works. I mean, if it's getting to the airport for the sake of getting to the airport, then like, and you have the opportunity to not be that early, I understand that it's like different, but like right here, it seems to be a no choice situation. Um, I get that. I get there early for many reasons. I usually get there 2.5, 3.5 hours early, depending on the time at which I need to be there. So when I'm leaving Paris to be in Japan, um, in the morning, I don't really care. Uh, it's kind of fine. There is no traffic. But when I'm leaving at night and I need to go through like getting outside of Paris Center around 8 in the afternoon, like in the evening, that is where things are getting tricky, and therefore I usually take an hour more just in case, and therefore I wait in the airport a lot more than expected. But yeah, um, mm, that's bad. Um, it does. It does, but it depends at what time. Like if you are getting in at 6 in the morning, which is my usual flight, like my morning flight at 9 in the morning at the airport, I'm leaving here at like 5 something. That makes sense because there is no one on the road and everything is kind of fluid and straightforward. When I leave here around 8, everyone is leaving work or has left work, but it's still like clogged and he's slow. Oh god damn. So yeah, that's a buffer I'm taking. So that's crazy. That is crazy. That's again that 3 hours to the airport. I think I think I would get to the airport the day before, get a room at the airport hotel to be there and be fine with it. And then um just before, like just before the flight needs to like embark and board and so on, I would go to the airport, but like not 6 hour wait. That's crazy. But I get it. I mean, if you don't have a choice, I get it. You were in bus as well, Kat. That's a very different situation where the sizes uh, are not really friendly. So, you know, it makes sense. Yeah, yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think there is something to be said about the amount of traffic and the quality of the traffic. As in, I have seen cities that are filled with cars that is just free flowing cars. Nothing really gets stuck, and there is no um, hurdle and so on. Like again, this is one of the most cars that I've seen, but in Tokyo, everything is kind of fluid. There is no real issues of people getting stuck behind like a truck or something. It's just like everything is fluid. It works. In Paris, it's fine-ish in the middle of the day. In the beginning or end of the day, it's kind of impossible. And then you think about stuff like Thailand or Bangkok, specifically, where there is just cars and trucks and things, and it's packed, but it works, kinda. So yeah, there is human traffic as well. Yes, uh, that's something that I avoid human traffic. But then again, when I was in Japan, it's even though very packed city and environment, it didn't feel packed. So that's that's bad. I don't like underground. I don't like underground tunnels and shit. For some reason, um, it doesn't work with me. So I'm right there. I didn't stay long enough in Stockholm to remember if it was good or bad. We stayed 2 days in Stockholm, so I don't. Not even 2 days. We stayed a day. We arrived like midday, and we left midday the next day. So basically, not staying long. It was nice though. Nice city nonetheless. Nice city nonetheless. Um, so we just noticed that my local host things right there isn't working specifically with the theming of the background colors, and we probably gonna need to fix that at some point today. That's good to know. Um, it's gonna be simple. It's supposed to be simple. But yeah. I see. Yeah, I do remember like tunnels in Denmark as well, so it's probably similar. Also, yeah, I forgot to talk about that. I fixed this. I finally have this thing. We talked about that last time, and I didn't have the mattress grid, so now we do have it, and we do have it in the yearly rendering as well. So I think that's pretty cool, and it's inside of the settings. So if you want to display your mattress, you can display your mattress. If you don't want, you don't have to, but it's not on by default. So you just need to go in there and switch that. So that's pretty cool. The only thing that I'm unsure about is the way that I display it is still matching the rest of the padding bottom, like the 24-ish, 18-ish. So I don't know if I want to keep that or just flip that somewhere else. Have a good look. Um, I don't know if I can type that. Let me just copy paste instead. Because, yeah, I think I did that. I think I did that. Um, Basically, when we did we do that instead? I forgot. We went by car. Basically, we went from the south of France, right here, to Paris, to Belgium, and then I think we went Netherlands, Germany thing. It was a bit easier to go to Hamburg, and then I think we crossed here by boat, and then we went either here. Yeah, no, we went there. So we crossed. We used that either this one or this one, whichever. And then we just went up and crossed in Oslo. My friends were there. That was when I was 4 or 6 years old. So it's been a long time. It has been a long time. But yeah, Christmas in Norway by car. I don't know why my parents didn't want to take a plane. But we could have been there in 2 hours, maybe 3 hours at the time, and it would have been great. But I don't know. I guess my dad wanted to use a car. That was a long ass route. But yeah, I think we used it. I think we did a long time ago. The fun thing also for anyone that's here, I've never been there. I've never been to the UK, even though it's so close, so much closer to Sweden. I've been there, like right here in the north of Sweden, and I've been to Germany, I've been to Italy, but for some reason, UK and Ireland, never been there. Been on the other side as well. Um, just a wild thing. I don't know. I don't know. And then I've been to the other side, but just there. So that doesn't count. Not for me. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. One day, probably I will go there, be there, attempt, see the UK. But we'll see when that happens. So in our themes for the cards, we have the colorful cards that properly take the theme color background when changed. I just realized that in talism and minimal cards remain default. From the theme menu. Let's see. In Riga. I don't know where that is. Right there in Latvia. I don't think I don't think I have anything that I know on this part of like Europe. So I have people in Romania that I know. And I think I have someone in Serbia, so therefore they like kind of, not not friends. My sister is a lot in Greece because her best friend is around there, so closer to you than here. But you know, I've never really been outside of like Germany. I think I may have been to Poland once from Berlin to Poland, but that's same thing a long time ago. Also, you are in the big city of Latvia. uh, oh, if you are here though, that's cool. Seaside view. It's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. Not gonna complain. Um, that's the center. Yeah, I really have a bit of a imperialistic thing related to frontier and countries, specifically around here. Uh, we have so many small countries that, in my eyes, could have formed a patriotic, this is where we are. I mean, it was at some point, but that got broken up. So, yeah, I don't know. A lot of countries, a lot of different things. And then it goes back to the regular thing of, I understand why Americans just don't understand. And why we don't understand this either. So, everything is fine. Everything is fine. Like, it's, for me, it's this when you see the cuts of the states of the United States, which are not united, all of there is just like small, 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 and then it just becomes bigger and bigger because they didn't know how to split things after that. So it's just crazy. It makes no sense. Sizes makes no sense. Anyways, borders shouldn't exist. That sounds really drastic. That's a new change that I hate. But fine. So you changed the card wrapper and the card wrapper, which I don't think should have been there. I feel like this is something that should have been in the regular thing. Or we have something that looks more natural and organized with the theme. I'm good with that. What does it look in light mode? That's okay. I don't know. I don't know. It feels kind of weird to have the same color in the card background and in the page background. I feel like we should either darken the page background or something else for the question that will probably happen of why is this one blue and these ones are black. It's taking the app color thing. So YouTube is going to be red. Instagram is kind of red orange-ish. Twitch is purple and so on. So we have like dedicated values here and there, which kind of helps. But yeah, I don't know. It's the difference with the background and the content might not be good enough. So like the blue is really cool. The blue stands out and we do like it. The edge of the Behance logo makes sense as well because of the blur. But we might need to make them brighter in terms of the color scheme. I feel like the minimals are fine, but it might be just the Brutalist needing to be a tad more a tad brighter just to stand out. might be the case. Like these kind of stand out because of the gradient and the opacity and so on. So maybe that's a thing. Diagnosed this morning. Congrats. um, that's interesting that she said if you can't find this in Latvia, maybe don't. Um, I mean, I feel like that's fine. But you would need, I would highly recommend you to get like the prescription nonetheless from her directly so that you can then, or at least the paper that says, um, we were looking to start this prescription, but we were not sure if it was available where you are. So if it is, can you please get that into the Latvian things? That might be a good thing, but yeah. I don't think, going back to what you said right after, I don't think the cards should be white background. I feel like if we have white background for the cards themselves, it's not going to stand out. Like this is a unified, pretty nice thing. If they all have this black background as a default or white, I feel like um, it's not going to be as good. So yeah, that's the reason. Um, Like here, it's a very homogeneous. You select your own color, you have something that makes sense, um, and it kind of works, and so on. And then there, it's fine, but it's just fine. For this one, yeah. Uh, for the minimal and the brutalist. I mean, the green one is cool. I'm not gonna lie, I like green. I like green, so obviously this one is fine. This one is fine by me. I guess the only issue that I have with it is the fact that the background and the content is so close together, so it might just need some sort of a background need to be a teeny tiny bit darker than content. So that would be a light gray um, and a darker dark, and therefore in any situation it's going to be fine because it's just the card are going to be white on top. So that might just be this as a thing that we need to have to make everything stand out in themed values. So that would be a bit darker. Yeah. I don't know if that would make sense in the theme related stuff. One of the things that I talked about before is here, and we haven't done it, but I'm trying to not be on a hover state on top of something that doesn't really need to be hovered. Right now, this mostly design card, the blue one, is using the same black, the off black for everything, for the borders, for the shadow, for all the things. But the content is blue, and so one of the stuff that I wanted to do was potentially have this card specifically use the 950 in terms of colors for the border and the text, um, compared to the color that has been selected. So the background is the 500 at 24% opacity, I think, if I remember correctly. And so if I just use the 900 or the 950 for the border and the text, it's going to use or look more cohesive. And once I do that, I could do the exact same thing for the rest of the cards when they are colored. So that would mean that it would be way more cohesive together. Even though that black is a neutral-ish black, it still could benefit from having something that is more cohesive. So, you know, a small change. A small change could be useful. But I don't know. I don't know yet. Probably will. Probably will. But nonetheless, that's fine-ish. I don't like that. See, that's the thing. That minimal at 12% might be the reason why it seems too close. And the fact that brutalism at 16 is roughly equal to the main content. I might say brutalism at 24 and minimal at 12 or 10 or 8 could work. So let's see. Brutalism at 24. We'll see if that changes anything. Value, at least I know where that is. It's in the wrappers. So yeah, they stand out a bit more. They are a bit lighter. And I don't like I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the dark mode version of the Brutalist theme. But that way there is a separation between the cards themselves and their colors and the background. So that's good. And then if I go in minimal, it's going to be lighter. So they are raised from the floor in minimal environment. So we have more contrast ratio. So that's good. This one is fading in. But yeah, no, that's working. That's working better to me. The only thing that I don't like is the accessibility in light mode for the text. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to say potentially getting 950 for the main text and 900 for the subtext would be, or maybe 800 for the subtext would be a good option, but that's going to be harder to manage long term. So we'll see. But that's fine. It's working. Also, all the thing that I'm doing for testing purposes, is such a bad thing for me. Everything is paid. Every time I change one of the card sizes and so on, I'm spending money. Basically, obviously, it's not enough to be drastical and annoying and expensive for anything that I'm currently doing, because there is just me doing that every day. Most people and most users are not doing that, so that's fine. But yeah, we are also planning or betting on the fact that this product is a one and done situation, meaning that the probability of you coming in and doing edits every day is unlikely. So you will probably just create your profile, set up your cards, And then when you need a new card, that might be like 3 months in the future. So there is like 2 months of no activity, and that's why the overall plan on the payment that we talked about on Wednesday is so low. Like, you don't cost me much because of that reason. Like, you are not someone that is going to be actively changing things and doing modification on a daily basis. Like, I am the only one doing that on a daily basis because I'm testing the app. So that's the thing. But then again, on right now, because I'm currently on the local version or the dev version of the database, I'm not really costing myself anything. I'm costing myself when I'm doing that here, and I'm still doing that here almost on a daily basis to make sure that the production version just works. So that is also something to take into consideration. But yeah, that view right here is such a nice overall layout, plus the light, like minimal version of the GitHub section is really cute. Not having the green is helping. It has some lags, and I wish I could fix that, but for some reason, the rendering of the matrix is not good. I'll figure it out at some point, but for now, I haven't. So, here we are. Here we are for now. That's fine. That's fine. I think that's better. The 8% opacity for the minimal and 24 for the brutalism makes a lot more sense. Good morning, Stony. How is the morning going? Are you good? Are you croissanted? Did you get a pain au chocolat? Also, what was the thing that you wanted me to take a look at? Because I don't know what that is. The only thing that I saw in the picture that you sent is the fact that technically it is not aligned. That's all I see. I know you don't care, but technically this is not aligned. Specifically right there, right about here. That's no alignment. No alignment. Me very sad. And then the titles are kind of disappearing. So yes. But then other than that, I don't know what you wanted me to take a look at for this. I don't know. In CSS, borders are outside, but they are included in the sizes. So it's a bit of a mental model that you need to have, where if you're doing something like this, and you give this to your devs and you say you want to have a border of like 4 pixels on this thing, it means that if you tell them that it is a 50 by 50 element with a 4 pixel border on it, it's going to result, technically speaking, as a 58 by 58 block in total sizes. So in reality, if you want the thing to be 50 by 50, you need it to be with the stroke being outside, and then this entire thing to be 42 by 42, so that in outputted code stuff, the element is exactly 50 by 50. So that is that's the thing. But it is considered outside unless you are using stroke, which is different than border. So CSS, BCSS, you have the stroke as an option, you have the border as an option. Border is outside, stroke is centered-ish, kinda. And then if you want to have something that behaves relatively similar to Figma's behavior, you basically don't do this. You do, in code, I mean, you do this instead. So here I have my element at 42 by 42, but the border is technically a shadow, and therefore I'm getting something that is the element exactly behaves as it's supposed to, and that's one way to do it. The other one is doing the inner shadow instead, and that way you can just have dang at 50 by 50, 42 by 42, 42 by 42, and 50 by 50. If your output needed to be 50 by 50, this is another option. But yeah, 3 different versions of the same thing. It happens. It's fine. They look the same. The output is exactly the same. Milo, well, come on in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? How's the day going? All the questions. All the questions. Yeah, I wish, I've said that many times. I wish Figma was doing border properly and stroke properly and basic CSS property properly. So all of that is the type of thing that I wish Figma was doing, but also I do understand why they don't. But you know. You can also see like the vast difference in between these 3 versions of the exact same thing. The output is exactly the same, but right here, because we have our border being outside or our shadow being outside, the corner radius is bigger. And then here, because our corner radius is inside, in order to achieve the same thing, we can't have a corner radius of 6. We would need something like a corner radius of like 12 or 10 to achieve like seemingly the same output. And the reason for that is just you have your 6 inside, and therefore you have like your 10 outside with the 4 values. So it's you need to know about that, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, the thing that needs to be remembered is this. In CSS for basic regular dev, the border or stroke is an outside thing, but it is included in terms of calculation in the overall size of the element. So sometimes, and in the beginning, I also had like a lot of issues calculating and showing things to the devs and saying, well, this is supposed to be 24. And they were like, well, this is 24. But then it's 24 plus the border. And because Figma doesn't count the borders, I didn't have the borders in calculation. So I made a mistake. But, you know, that type of things. Danny, welcome on in. Good morning. Good time zone. How are you? How's the day going? So, yeah, just remember that it is outside, but included in the count. It sounds so weird, but it's where we are. So it happens. It happens. Yeah. Also, Milo, just check. Last time you were here was in 2023. That's crazy. That is crazy. But welcome back. Oh yes, Tony, by the way, because you arrived a bit later. We now have this. We have the we have the mattress of activity, and it works in most of the things. And when you are doing it in massive, you have the ability to get like all the activity for the past 52 weeks in a scrollable thing. So that's that's a cute change, a cute activity, but it is only available if you decide to display it. So it's like in the settings, if you want the mattress, you can display the mattress. If you don't, then you just disable that, and your thing is just going to be the regular thing that you currently have, and it's fine. I just we talked about it. Just makes sense sometimes. But yeah, that's new. That's better. It's working. It took me a day. It took me a day to figure out exactly what was the issue, and a cursor wanted me to have like my GitHub API creating a token to just get access to the thing, but like my memory at some point said, if I remember correctly, the Open Graph gives us everything we need, so we don't need any tokens or whatever. It's just like it's in there, and truth be told, it is in there. So now we're good. Now we are good. Um, The only thing that I don't know again on this is I don't really know if I want to keep, I was saying that earlier, that amount of spacing all around. It feels kind of tiny. Um, but then again, I kind of need that for the corner radius and so on, compared to Bento that does, God damn, that does have something similar, but the output is um, like, I guess tighter. I don't know. I like what they did here with the. Yeah, it is. It is in the OG content. You get the everything that I have is basically through the Open Graph data. There is a bit of uh, a worker on Cloudflare section that is parsing the Open Graph a bit better. But yeah, it's in there. You have all of the basically all of the data. um, all of the data related to your repos, followers, following, guest, and activity is in there, which is pretty impressive, to be honest. So, yeah. See, still another dev. That doesn't change anything. That's still true, Dan. There is a lot of things that are um, in the Open Graph, and I'm really happy with it. But there's a lot of things that are not in there that should be. Like Instagram. It, Instagram, Twitter, social media platforms should have like follower counts. Like that should be in there. I think Twitch has something. I had to put like a, a dev key in there to make sure that I'm getting the right data. But I don't understand. Like that is my optimistic thing and my utopia and so on, but I don't understand why companies don't want to advertise the content that they have on their platform through other platforms. Like Instagram is making sure that I can't have access to anything. Twitter is the same thing. TikTok is a bit kinda it's giving me like the following, but that's it. Um, and the others just don't make any fucking sense. And I don't get it. I don't get it. So Like this is something that apparently I'm probably would be able to get that follow thing, but I don't know exactly how it would work, so we'll see. But yeah. Eh, you know, later. That's a wild thing. Yeah. Like that. I should have that. Yeah, I mean, YouTube should give me that in the OG and it would be fine, but no, it doesn't. Or at least not right away. um like I don't have much data in there. It's kind of wild. Um the UX of creating playlists, adding and removing tracks, and changing cover images. I think you did good from is it still app or is it dev nowadays? I think it's still app dash dev. Right. I don't know. I want app dash dev. Is it dev directly? God damn it. Ah! Sorry, that's the wrong thing. Huh. That's a nice 4-4. Oh yeah, no, so I was right. God damn it. I was right. Um, Connected to Video Hub and Music Hub. Two things. Mailbox. Hi, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for chatting for the first time. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I need you to check the UX of creating a playlist, adding and removing tracks, and changing covers. So I'm guessing this is only on the music section, right? Not for the rest. Also, why do we have Paris Hilton stuff? Uh, So, how do I create a playlist? No, because right now there's no button to create playlist, so that's not necessarily what we want. But let's say we want Paris Hilton thing. Can I click that button? I can't. I can right click something, but that's where that should be. So let's create a new playlist. All right. It's still not aligned even with no images. You said it was aligned, but that's not the case. Paris. Cool. I don't think a screen recording is going to be a good option. Not for there. Let me give you a challenge. That's a WebP, so that's good job on doing that. And now it's not aligned, but in the other way around. So I saved the thing, and it removed everything that I have entered, and it added the playlist right here. So there is a bit of a mix here that needs to be fixed. And yes, Mailbox, we are working on Stoney's platform, which is called No Mercy, that is an alternative to Plex and Jellyfin and so on to help you manage and organize your own medias. So if you have like music, movies, TV shows, and stuff, all of that would be on your own server, owned by you, and then you have access to the whole thing in a Netflix-like environment. So yeah, I know the playlist is there, but so it should have closed. It didn't. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. The playlist is here. I'm really impressed by the fact that this is going through. Um, this is my texture for perfume. So that's an interesting thing. You can change the cover, you can play the music, and now let's say I'm going back to the artist, 21 Savage. Why not? Can I do that? No, still not. Can add to a playlist, go to Paris because that's the place where it is, and now it's going to be here. That's working. Um, Let me reread that. You said creating a playlist, not so good, but fine. Adding and removing tracks. I need to remove tracks and changing the cover. Changing the cover is going to be kind of bad because I'm expecting to see what I currently have, but I get it. Um, so I would expect to see the exact same interface as I had before. The fact that it changed in the background automatically is fine. It's good, but that also means that if I cancel, good job. um, yeah, no, I would still expect the preview to be here. But then again, also good job on picking the right color from the image, even though these are pretty much white. UX wise, even though not exactly good, what I have here, like this makes no sense. The fact that I have upload an image or URL based, because that's how the things work, it doesn't really matter. I would expect same thing for me here. I would expect to see this right here. And if it's one of my image, I would expect to load that model specifically in the your image and this one being selected. But yeah, that's just a small thing. It doesn't really matter. For you, what I would say potentially is since you don't have link-based stuff, and the only activity here is open this, then click on that to open this, which is a native behavior. Why not just bypass this entire thing and just say, select a new image, and then you say open, and it just replace it, which is already what it happens, but then you have to save to no reason. I mean, it's there, you know, but why not just bypass the entire thing and just go faster? Small detail. There is no remove from playlist in that row. I'm guessing it's like right here, remove from playlist, which is fine, and it works. And there is no way to delete a playlist right now, which is fine. What? Yeah. In order of the thing that you asked for, let me go back. Adding a song work, creating a playlist while adding a song work, deleting a song works, which is good. Changing the cover picture works pretty well. You may have some useless steps, but then again, I'm gonna backtrack on what I said. Depending on what your end goal is going to be, you may have the need to get like that model, which you currently have, because you will plan later to have the ability to get like the image from a URL or the image from your own collection, so on. Like that might be something that you want to have, similar to here, you know, like same thing. This looks really bad. I know I need to fix that. But yeah, that's so far it works. And so if you add If you add the delete playlist, rename playlist, um, in a central thing, like here, change cover contains, it's not necessarily change cover, it's just edit the playlist. So you can have the image, you can have the title, you can have something else. I don't know exactly what else you could have in your playlist. But if that was the playlist settings plus the delete, I'd be fine with that. Yeah, without a preview, that's the thing that I'm kind of against. Like the fact that I can do that and I'm seeing it, but then if I close, it's still saved, even though I haven't saved. And if I go back in, I change that to something else, it's changing, but then I cancel and it's supposed to go back, but it didn't. But it's like there is something about it that's kind of weird. I'm guessing it's because you're working on it and I'm fine with it. Doesn't really matter. But based on that simple fact of it already does uh, like exactly how I want things to behave, eh, I don't see why you would make yourself go through multiple steps when you can just go faster. Other than that, you're fine. Other than that, you're fine. Yeah, I would say the only thing that might need to happen is that button where we were kind of needs to be your drop down button menu. Like it needs to be somewhere around here. Like that's what I'm expecting. Instead of the right click. But you already have the menu, so that should be fine. That should be an easy thing. Liked songs is your main playlist. Add to playlist Paris. Makes sense. Damn. Yeah, no, that's fine. Ah, I see. Hmm. What do you want? You want a PS5? Goddamn. Let me clear that. And I'm expecting that it's like if I'm creating you tell me. If I'm creating a new playlist without uploading an image, it might be how it fetches through that. Like if I get there and I say that this thing is going to a new playlist, call that new, with no title, no anything, and I just save that, right? Supposed to close. The image upload was kind of weird. And then here, that should have been based on this. For later, we don't care about that. But that's the thing. And then from here, when I'm selecting like whatever we have, and then I save, it's taking a bit, but it's closing. And we kind of good. So yeah. The switch between the images is kind of bad, though. Don't worry about it. Yeah, other than that, things are fine in your console. Nothing to complain about. Other than that shadow is crazy. Yeah, that's what I thought. You just forgot something, but it doesn't really matter. This is the container gradient. I think it's this. Nope. I mean, it's supposed to be your main. That's your box shadow. That is not your colors. God damn. Are you there? No. No. Yeah, no, I agree, but that's your fault. um, why do you have so much divs inside of divs? It's crazy. This thing is my main container. All right. And then that thing is supposed to take the background here. Yeah, cool. So these are the gradient. These are supposed to be the gradient colors that we are using, I think, which are the linear gradients that we use. And the only thing that you need to do is that just change that value from what it currently is based on dark mode to the version that needs to happen in light mode. That's about it. That's about it. Don't worry about it. And as soon as you do that, everything is going to be fine. Kind of. Mizzy, hi, what got it? Good morning to you too. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired as always. I didn't sleep so good, but also my ring told me that I I did. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Well, but yeah, no, other than the thing that I just said, you kind of fine. I would feel like getting some sort of edit playlist button that contains everything, and regardless of is the user doing change directly on the thing, like clicking on images, and then that opens the edit playlist model with the image, the title, and the description, probably, because you probably have the ability to change the description as well, is as good as what I did here, where you have your stuff and you're like, you know what? Let me also, that is not supposed to be how it is. Interesting. Uh, and then from here, you just say, well, this is supposed to be um, that. And it's in line in the block itself without you having to do anything. It's just like, well, that's easier for me to just edit. So I would edit that as well. I would just click on Paris to change the title and potentially have the description. But like, if you don't have a description, are you displaying like an empty spot or something else? I don't know. It's annoying. So yeah, other than that, get here if you need new glasses, Mizzy. If you have access, that's the Japan version, which is not exactly what we want, but this one is, I am biased on these for many reasons. Put that here. Um, they are really cheap and they are really good in terms of their regular, like, um, the regular frames, like the way that they look and so on. You have so many options that are very cheap. So if you are someone like me that just like glasses and you like this frame, for example, this is 49 bucks with maybe I just want the blue light filters, which is what I have. And so that's 59, like 58 in total. Um, and that's it. And if you just want like prescriptions, you can do that. You can then go when you add to bag, you will have the ability to change your prescription, and it is prescription glasses. And they are pretty good. So, you know, for the price, the ability of outputting all of that is just like it's so nice. I'm not gonna lie. I could 100% get myself one of these. I won't because I'm broke, but but yeah, no, most of their stuff are really cool, and most of their frames are really cool as well. Um, they have new frames almost every month, kinda. Um, they have some lately that are like more oriented, Gentle Monster and so on. So, you know, it's cool. I was debating on these ones for a long time, but then I have like one of their similar and they are way too light for what I like. Um, but yeah, they have everything. We like it. We like it. It's fun. It's fun glasses. Uh, look at these things. Look at how weird that is. If it loads. Um, and Stony, I don't know. I I'm really, and you've seen me say that again. I'm really a big fan of edit in place because it makes so much more sense for a lot of things. Like if I could, and I can't, if I could make the selection of the image as an edit in place situation instead of having to flip the thing and then change the image, I would. And that's basically what Bento is doing with the edit for the images. Any image that they have as this additional uploaded media situation thing. And the reason why I'm not doing this is because this is clutter compared to anything else. It's just like you have one button plus all of that, but then when you hover over something that can change, you then have this. So for sometimes this has a link, but here I don't have the link, which is kind of a wild thing to do. And then in other situations, you have like other controls and so on. And just for that reason, I would rather have everything in line with one button, change the thing. And that's what I did here. But it's not the best. It's not bad, but it's not the best. Um, so, yeah. Nonetheless, what are these? What are these? Yeah, that's neat. Yeah, that's proper, simple. It works. It's that expensive. I don't know how Tizen is doing so good with the prices. To be like so cheap is kind of wild, but yeah. What I would do, Stone, let me lock in for a split second, and that's it. I'm locked out. um, what I would do probably is let's go into the regular playlist section. So I think I'm still zoomed in. I am. Where you at? There, there. Yes, kinda. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it helps so much to separate things. Like I have one desktop for Figma, I have one desktop for Chrome or Arc or whatever. And that helps so much. The reason why this is the case, I just have one screen, and that one screen is my MacBook Pro screen, so it's tiny. So I need as much space as I can get, and therefore that's the best option. It helps. It helps a lot. What I would do here is going to be something. Why are these two things not? They are contained, but they're not contained. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's flexed on top. Okay, so that's the image ratio that is on top. I'll see it. I see it. What I would say is if you are here and you're editing the picture itself, on click, it goes through the immediate fetch for media, like the system-based things when you're looking at the media, and then basically right there, once you have the media come back to you, if this thing is gonna work, Figma is just so slow lately. I would say get yourself something like this. Maybe. And just say that this is your save, I guess. And then maybe you get a cancel next to it. So that it, if you really want to have the save and cancel thing that you talked about earlier, then that's a good option, or good enough option, I guess. Also, that's wild. Maybe having the button a bit bigger than this doesn't really matter. It's just like proof of concept of what I have in mind. That's an option, whatever. And then same thing here. I know this is annoying to put in place, but it's basically saying if you are the owner, the title is always like an editable thing. So that element right here is on click going to be converted into that. Like it's just an input that is editable, so that on click the person can just click on that, edit the thing, and be on their way. The only issue that I have with this system is the description. Because if you haven't defined like a description when you have created the playlist based on your flow from earlier, then you don't have access to the input itself anymore. Boy. Eh. You can 100% have like a secondary option right there. Um, you know, that just pops in when it needs to. Like if the person is starting to edit the title, then description it's popping in as a question mark. And then when they click outside, it just disappears. That's an option to just make things faster. At least from my point of view, that's what I would probably do in terms of the at least the image. But if you want to have like as I said, a full blown model with exactly the same thing that you have when you're creating a playlist, right? That thing, then that's fine as well. Like you can just reuse that exact thing and say from here you have your upload image, your title, and your description. That's it, and then you save, and it just save and change the data that you had here. Like that, just both work, both are good. I would say the only change that needs to happen is that needs a button right there that is delete playlist. That's it. But that's one way for you to just go really, really fast in your creation edition of playlists. Just a title change, button addition, and then you're done. So for me, I would say that if I click on change cover, it opens the first thing, and then you're done. Yeah, that's not really an issue. I'm gonna reuse my regular example, which you've heard before. I know, I'm sorry. But I would rather my user have the experience of. It would be nice if I could. Oh, I can. That thing that happens so many times on iPads, iPhones, some Android apps that do the same thing, where your user is already good enough with tech that has like a cognitive bias on some behaviors, and then just attempt the thing and it just works. So it's more point of failure and more potential bugs for you as the dev to create each and every potential way of adding a new picture. But it's also ease of use for the end user. And the end user is you and other users that might happen. But for me, it's just like, it would be nice if I could just click on the title and edit the thing, right? It would be nice if I could change the description. Oh, I can. Like that's the experience that I kind of want the user to have. It's just like, it's not the most beautiful thing that has ever happened in the entire world. It's just like, you can edit the content that is editable, makes sense, but that's it. And for everything, like, you can just change the text and be done with it. And you don't have to. By the way, this one is shitty. Uh, fix that. Um, But that's the behavior, or that's the way of thinking that I have. Is just it's easier for me to just say, just make it work in how many ways that can happen. Um, and then we'll see. Like, for example, the other version that I need to have is my title and subtitle needs to also be available here. Like, there is a need for me to have, that's the source link, that's the title, the subtitle. You can refresh the metadata if you need to, you can change the image and so on, but that's in the settings itself. And then some people will recognize that you can do that faster by typing here, or some people are just used to go into the settings and change the thing. Like, that's basically what needs to happen for me. Well, that depends on you, and that depends on what you want to do. But for me, it would be something like a menu around here, or a menu around here. I think I did the menu around here on the playlist, so that you have the ability to just click the thing, have the settings right there. Um, you know. But then again, inline and full model are going to be quality of life improvement, things that are not necessary in the beginnings, things that you can uh, afford to not have. And if you just want one simple thing, if the user click on the cover or on the title, it just opens the model. That's it. Like, that's one way to provide a way for the user to change anything related to the playlist in one click, regardless of the click. And you don't have to think about it too much. It's just going to be there. If user click there, it opens the model. If user click there, it opens the model. If you have the three dots with the menu, it opens the model as well. And that's it. And then in there, you just have the title change and the delete playlist section. That's the easiest implementation for you, and it will work. It's also, I would say, some of the most straightforward UX thing, but that is something for me. Um, I can, but also, I like to. You are not woken up yet, so I need to confuse you. There's something for me of, if I click on change and then I need to click again, it feels like a waste of clicks right here. If I click on change and it's right there and I have all of the section, then I understand that I need to click on something else to select exactly what I need to change. But yeah. Also, I don't know why it's opening the playlist thing twice. That's wild. Jerome, hi, welcome in. Good morning. Good drop. No one landed today, so far as I know. So we'll see. Maybe you're landing, maybe you're not landing. Yeah, look at it. If I click on add to playlist, new playlist, the background is extremely dark. That's the first thing. And then if I close it, it closes, but then I still have the model displayed. And then if I close again, I have the second thing. So that's probably the reason why the model doesn't go away. Probably the case. Yes, that's probably the reason. Now that I think about it. um, I don't know how. I don't know why. Nor how. This is pixelated if I haven't seen anything. God damn. God damn. Well, yeah. Oh, by the way, that's for you specifically. You should be able, in production, you should be able now to log out. I know, groundbreaking. And you should be able to log in. I know. I know, it took me a month, but now you should be able to. You can get out and you can get in. That's where we are. It's the type of thing I need to spend time on. God damn. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what was the issue. The only thing I know, if you log out, you want to be remained on the page. Type of thing. For example, could be an option. Well, technically, if you are going into editor slash someone, it's supposed to redirect you to the homepage already. But then I fucked it up with the login thing. My bad. My bad. I'll fix that. That's not a feature request. That's a bug fix. But basically, what was recommended on Wednesday of polling for something kind of works, but not really, but kind of. I appreciate it. I appreciate you finding things. Technically, what is supposed to happen is, if you are in the in here and you go into that, you are supposed to be redirected to this. Like, you're supposed to arrive on the page as if you were visiting, not not anything else. Also, that's fucked up. So, yeah, you're supposed to be redirected and or redirected here. What do you mean follow buttons? As in the like these things, the subscribe and the follows for. Oh no. No, 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 no. This is not a social platform. Like, I don't know what you would do with a follow button. Like, it's a link in bio stuff. Why would you follow someone? Like, we don't have a dashboard, which again, if I were to create a dashboard in which you would be able to see your followers and followings, like who is following you and so on, that means I would need to create some sort of a feed that would display content based on user creations. Oh, for fuck's sake. And there will not be a very good content based on the feed, you know? I mean, there is no feed because you are not here yet, so you don't know. But overall, what is happening is the fact that Chris will come in. No feed whatsoever. Um, the the people that have link in bio platforms, what they do is they go in, they create their platforms and their link and so on, and then when that is done, that's it. They are done, and they never come back, and they usually just remain inactive, and that is fine. So I think overall it is not a necessary feature. Yeah, I wish I couldn't. I wish I couldn't. But that is bad though. I'm still getting a fucking 4 or 3 for stuff, which makes no sense. And that image was not um, locked in, and that's the reason why we have this, which is absolutely not supposed to happen. But I'm fine with it. Yeah. That's basically what it is. Like this word, for example, is pronounced in English, but then is pronounced in French, you know? So it's almost the same writing, so that's the reason why it's also. But yeah, no, I wouldn't do feed and or following followers stuff. That's not exactly what I would have. But I see why someone would potentially see that as a benefit. It would imply so much things that I don't have access to. That is one of the reasons why I'm not necessarily like interested in doing that and adding a feed. If I look here, for example, and I go into regular, there is no follow and so on. Like it's just here is my links and that's it. So that's the reason. Yeah, he's been doing stuff on here for the past few days. I've been receiving some updates on Tomokanji, and that's supposed to load, but it doesn't. So this thing has been kind of updated, not too updated, but kind of updated. And overall, it's pretty good. We have nice animation for the creations. There is this thing that he just did last time for creating the liquid glass thingy. But yeah, no, overall, that is the situation. That's what he's working on the most, I would say. What? Yeah. He decided to remove the entirety of the navigation system, which is pretty wild. Uh, pretty wild to just have all that. But yeah. Eh. So that's what he's been working on. At least that's what I see. And then there is nothing else on social. No real post on TikTok. No real post on Instagram that I've seen in a while. Threads is there, but there is nothing really happening in there that we've seen. Like the latest posts have been transposing his entire coding for designers platform to a new database system. So that was kind of fun to see. And then here, not a lot of activities, but still a lot more activities in the beginning of last year. So he's recoding a bit. We'll see one day. where that leads him. But for now, nothing. Nothing! Yeah. I mean, if you are starting a side project and you don't think it's going to be cool, don't start, please. There, you should do. Yeah, don't avoid, avoid. Um, that website is just so laggy. Denny, you did a good job in the design, but god damn, the rendering is so bad. I almost started a new one yesterday. Ah. Yeah, I almost started a new app yesterday. I probably will. There is something about the business model that doesn't fit me yet. So I'll see when that happens, when I can switch that. But yeah. Um I get that. I do understand that. Um I do understand that. Yeah. No, it makes sense. It makes sense. Where do we have... Did we do that in the components or did we do that in the... I think we did that in the component. I should have taken... Yep, I should have done that. 1 second. Let me get that with me here. And so we have... I guess that's going to be the best option. This one or this one as a starting point. Not ideal, but you know, not bad. So you have one. That's crazy. That crazy. Why do we have so much frames? That's crazy. That makes sense. Cool. I don't know why this is constructed this way, but it is constructed this way, so that's... I guess that's fine. So these two are going to be together. That makes sense. This one is going to be the taller version. So we want this to change to the large input, but I don't remember if I have multiple lines. Like that. And then these two are going to go together, and we want that at the top to just get one. And that's going to be horizontal. You know, also, why do you hate the app stores? That's going to be my question. If we say that this is the size of the thing, right? So it's like 244. We kind of want it to be 244 in width as well. That we have the things in order, in placements, in whatever. So we can extend that. Cool. Let me take the width that you currently have so that you have the right thing right there. Let's add a bit of a fill. Um, and then your bottom section doesn't need anything. That doesn't exist. That thing. Yeah. Well, you do need to have your whole address displayed, but it's not necessarily the whole address. It could be um, the business address only. So, you know, sometimes it's fine. Title, description, things. Dang. School, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? It is Friday. Dang. Probably January, icon only, and yeah, I call that close. I think you made me call that close. Yeah, you did. Yeah. No, that is true. Ah. Um. Can I come back? Yes, I can come back. Cool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. You don't see me. We don't see each other. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. This one is supposed to be our primary for delete. Delete playlist. That is going to take our accent color to be communication. And then this one is going to be our tertiary for cancel. And that one is just our save, which is kind of weird, but save, fine. Got the right to be the floppy. Two P's? Apparently. Why is that a thing? That doesn't look like something that I would do myself. So that is probably coming from a place that I don't like. Yeah. This one is crazy. Create playlist. Edit playlist. Ta-da! You do probably want this, to be honest, knowing you. You will probably want to have that thing at the bottom. So, I'm gonna do that. I feel like this would be pretty good if we go with the button, regular button. I don't know. All right. I don't think this is useful. I don't think the trash icon is any good if the cancel button is any good. So basically they are the same thing. If I upload something and then I cancel, it doesn't upload it. If I upload something and then I trash it out, it it doesn't upload the thing. However, if I just have the image placeholder here, and then if I'm hovering, I can re-upload, which is already what you have, right? The change cover situation. So if you upload something and it just say change or upload cover, cover, then that thing doesn't really need to exist, because as long as the user can hover and this is on top of the image that has been just uploaded and or is currently uploaded, you kind of good. So I would just get rid of that for simplicity's sake. Yeah. I feel like that's fine enough. Or you can replace it. Yeah. All right. Then that. Placements a tad better. Yeah, I'm kind of fine with that. Kind of fine with that. I just don't know about the necessity of this one being like that large. I think a small could be a better option. However, the buttons that are here might benefit from being a bit bigger. Again, for accessibility's sake and so on. I don't know exactly which one we have used before. If it's the medium ones, which are like the 40 in height, then that's good. You're already done. If you are currently using the small one, the 32, then it's fine as well. But yeah. That's my content. Oh, god damn. If only. If only I didn't. Holy fuck. So that is going to be 8, 8. Like so. That's my form. That's my title. And my button. That's my form. That's the image upload. name your layers. Specifically when someone else is gonna take a look later, it's gonna help so much if you just do that. I'm telling you. I am telling you. That's my text. That's my text. That's gonna be fill in the container, center line. Kira, hi, welcome in. It is. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? That's good. Organization is fine. And then footer is okay. We just have our separator right there that is hidden that no one knows about, but it's there. And then for the sake, I'm just gonna do that. I could do that, but that's fine. It's the same thing. Doesn't matter. Yeah. I feel like that's gonna be better. You have everything. Everything is aligned. Everything is aligned. Aligned. Not aligned. I know that on the one that you have currently done, you have removed the titles and only kept the inputs and have the titles in the placeholder. This is a common practice that we are recommending to not do. For accessibility's sake, some people don't have the vision for the placeholder text, and so you kind of need the title to help them read that, even though the accessibility ARIA labels is going to tell you title, contrast ratio, and so on. The input itself in default is usually not visible enough. So, yeah, recommended to still have a title. I know. Also, Figma is crying right now. For reasons. Good. That's good news. That is good news. But yeah, you need rest and cleanup. I get it. I get it. Stoney's gonna want this. I know that. I know he's gonna want to have similar corner radius on these. I know that. Don't ask me how I know. I just know. That's how it is. And you're probably gonna do that as well, which is fine. Like you don't do the container, the base container that I have. So for the sake of here, I'm just gonna not do that so that you have everything the same way, and then change my spacing to be 24 so it matches. I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm gonna keep my containers. It's neat, innit? The background is using 4 layers. Basically, we have our original linear layer to highlight the top, then radial twice to just highlight 2 elements, and then we have an image that is simply a noise value. And because of how it is going in, and that the noise is a dual color noise with light color and dark colors, it creates this glittery, shiny effect. And I just like to do that all the time. It's a really bad idea, but it works. Also not really good in pixelated view. You know, it helps. So Stony, where do you want this to be placed? You know, I know, but like, we don't have a. You want inside of the music related page? That's what you're saying? It is so slow. Oh my god. uh, Black at 60 is my usual thing. Did you do that? I forgot. You don't blur, right? Um, Sadly. I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. I don't know what you're talking about. I, uh, oh my god, Figma is such a slow bitch. It's crazy. Why is it so slow? Oh, uh, uh. It's crazy. It's crazy. Why so slow? Uh, Let me reorganize this. Oh, see, that is also one of the reasons why I kind of stopped using Figma at this point. Ooh. Give me the alignment. Give me the alignment, please. I need that alignment. Oh god. I can't do shit. Ah. No, it's just Figma is dying. I mean, there's no other explanation than that. It's just dead. It's just dead. There's nothing else to do. Like, oh, can't do shit. I can't work. I can't zoom in. You know, we good now, but goddamn. It's just me because I have cursor running in the background, streaming at the same time, and Figma overall, but still, still, it's crazy. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? That's what you wanted right here with a Nobler. Um, I feel like the theme is not necessarily good. like the overall theme, because we have the overlapping things right there. Something that we want to avoid. So let me just do that. That we are in the right space. Yeah, the reason why I'm unsure is because of the colors here, but I think we good. I think we good. So yeah. It's just my computer, don't worry about it. Everything is broken on my side. Ah. The first bump. There's something that needs to be changed in your curve. It's supposed to be right now it's like softer, as in floating, but because you need to make it bounce, it needs to be way faster on the ease out. Oh, yeah, on the ease out, I think. But cool. Cool motion nonetheless. Cool motion nonetheless. And then I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that this person has seen this. You want to see the funniest thing? I wanted to talk about it earlier. Here, what the fuck did you do? I posted something, and you know, I said it looks familiar with Serbo, which is one of the platform that does subscription tracking, because that person shared this. And the issue I have with this is that most people are saying that it looks great and so on, and no one says anything. But the fun part for me is the fact that my own reply is not visible, even for me. I'm not blocked by the person, because if I was, I would see has you blocked and you can't really interact with them. But what I'm seeing is that most of their content is going to be stolen content or duplicated content, which is fine to duplicate, as always. But it's fine. It's nice to see that Vlad has seen it, Vale. But still, that is crazy. So that means that the author has hidden my own content on that feed. It happens. You're saying that this is now on your homepage? Hmm? God damn it. God damn it, study. You need to make something to work. Let me do that down. I kind of want to bump this. Is this good enough? Yeah, kind of. Kind of. I don't know. There is something about the background that is not necessarily good here that I'm like, maybe. Maybe could change, but yeah, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh my god. I can't. I cannot. We wanted to have it This is not gonna work again, right? Yeah. It's the fucking AI stuff that is breaking everything. Uh, Come on, it's not supposed to be that hard. And then I need a pee. You know what? I'm gonna pee right away while it's not working. All right. All right. I still can't do anything. It is still broken. It's crazy. It is crazy. It's not going to be in the same spot as the others, but yeah. Good. How does it look? That's a mistake. That is a mistake. So we need this to be slate alpha. I guess 4, knowing me. Yeah. Cool. 4 it is. Good. Anything else that needs to be changed? No, that's visible. We have the background. We have the background here. This one is a bit not like the container itself is debatable. Yeah. I don't know why I did it this way, but I did it this way, which is fine. Gas space. Hi, what morning? No, you're good. You're good. Oh, I did that this way for this. That's right. Ah. Yeah. I don't think this is a good idea. Specifically because of the behavior. In the creation of this section, I decided to make it in the condensed option, which is basically having the background and the border separated in order to output something, which is kind of not really good. I should probably have used this with a an 8-8 system and no border whatsoever. So that would have been like a better overall creation. But then that basically implies that the containers itself, instead of having a padding of 16, I have a padding of 8 instead, uh, which is fine. Everything is okay. But yeah, I don't know why I built it the other way around, but I did. So here we are. I appreciate it. What wisdom did you use this time? Yeah, that would make more sense. I don't remember why we decided to do that. Um, yes, I do. I do. And that to me is pretty good system. That's my main container. I mean, anatomy is the anatomy of the content, and that helps. So it's probably that. Was probably that. Yeah, yeah, for sure. That's good. That's fine. And now our bottom section footer is working. That being at 70% might mean that on light mode we go into a lighter version of the thing. Even though I feel like a 48 is an okay thing to not stand out too much. Um, some people would say that it would be easier for me to get through this system with a slate at 8, like that, so that it goes through and it's proper and so on. And that would imply that this one, if I'm using the slate 8 as well, I'm getting a lighter output so that it separates the content a lot more. But I don't think this is a good idea in any way, shape, or form. I think this is more of a bad idea. So, yeah, I'm gonna use my overlay. Yep. Overlay 10? 8? It's gonna be fine enough. Fine enough. Yeah, okay, so wisdom coming back for some reason. This is something that we don't recommend, having like the cross to close and the cancel to close. Usually we don't want redundant actions, but I forgot which one we have as a primary action for most of the other pages. So I'm currently using both. If most of the models are closed by the cross, remove the cancel. If most of the model are closed by the cancel, remove the cross. And it's duplicate things implies that some people would have confusion or be confused and not knowing that, or thinking sometimes that cancel means resetting these instead of closing the model. So that's a teeny tiny change that can help some users. But yeah, it works. Cool. You have everything, I think. So as always, Stony, by the way, right, create, edit, same thing. If it's a create, there is no delete. If it's an edit, there is no create. in the title. That's fine enough. It's gonna be fine enough. I think. That's the wrong button. Yeah. Let me add a property on this one. Ah.
was compiled from the actual therapy tapes of the clinical psychologist specializing in the treatment of severely abused, so
I forgot her name.
that they do not bond with other people. They cannot love.
Give me the correct look for the light mode on the list page. What do you mean?
This film shows
The correct look of what? Of that? Oh, you mean in the in the background? You mean the background? Yes. Don't we have it? We don't have it. God damn it. God damn it. So. Bitch.
the program you are about to see also shows that
That's interesting. Huh. I think I know what that happened. Why that happened. Technically speaking, I want this to be What do you mean I don't have the thing? I don't have the thing because I removed it from the view. That is the reason. That is the reason. So these two are going to go back there in a second. I feel like I decided to do that instead of this for some reason at some point. But it's fine. It doesn't really matter. What we want to have here is basically our slate alpha 1 at the top, and then in the center we want 4. The issue that I will have here is the fact that right now this is going to be lighter. Slate alpha is a bit of a lighter thing for some reason, and it doesn't make any sense, to be honest. Like that's too bright. That's too bright for what it is. But it's fine. Gonna use that for now. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's crazy. something is wrong. Something is wrong in the way that we have defined this in the first place. So that is my overlay. I see. That's what we want to have in terms of getting our transition a bit better. So that thing is getting away. And my anchoring point, my table is there. Kind of good with that. The thing is basically this. You want to get your light version to have, instead of using the, I'm going to switch that to light so that we have the right switch. You want to have the background to be as light as it needs to be. So this thing is supposed to roughly be in the 4 or something. And then the gradient that is there, instead of using our overlay black, it's going to use the overlay light. So you end up with something that is like better and more aligned with what you want to have in light mode, so that everything is just properly condensed and not condensed, displayed. So you can have something that would take, that would take something that is not like as light. Something like the 7 would probably work, but it's also gonna be a smidge too light. So maybe a 6 is an option. But that's the light mode potential. The thing is, based on what we did here in terms of what I changed for the music last time, I forgot if this was what I had in mind for the playlist as well. As in, playlist is just the same thing without this, and therefore there is no gradient in the background. I forgot if that was my thinking. I just had playlist like this with the 2 options, like either list or card, and right now we are in cards. That's basically what I did, but that's the playlist for the artist, so it's not the playlist for the playlist card. I know, confusing. So yeah, I don't know what we did. I don't remember. It's been a year since we touched this. It's been a while. It's been a while since that happened. Yeah, I don't know why I don't remember why I bring them outside here. That's the thing. I don't know. Yeah, take your time. My brain is thinking on how to proceed right there. I don't remember. That's the sad part. And I'm guessing you're probably going to want to get or keep the gradient in the background, which makes sense. I don't know if it's a good idea. Yeah, I don't know if it's a good idea. Yeah. I'm gonna see how it looks. Because we don't have the playlist anymore. Let's add it back. No. That not the case. But still, I don't remember why we changed it. Like that's the thing, because it's been like a year and a half roughly since we touched the music section. So it's kind of harder to get that thing. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm looking at the details in between these, like to make sure that we are using the same thing anyways. But yeah, no, that's basically where we were. At least from what I remember, that's what I would have done. The thing that I'm seeing now is the fact that you have made that fully rounded, so I'm gonna change that to fully rounded so that we have something that makes sense. Even though not necessarily our initial thing. But you know, consistency. I'm guessing you have fully rounded that over, so it's gonna be fine. Not ideal for the styling, but that's fine. That's fine. I can deal with it. I'd go with something like this. Yeah. I mean, you have one here. Well, good. Technically, if I want to be the designer about this, you have two round buttons. You have this one, and then you have this one, because that is still a button. Still a button. Nonetheless, cool. And you placed this at the bottom now? You made the executive decision to move that at the bottom? I see. I see. All right. How much do I have? 24? Did you place it? Do you leave it here when the mini player is on the sidebar? Or do you move it up? You don't have the mini player. Oh, that's so sad. All right, fixed. Fixed. Apparently, that's not resizing properly. That makes sense. I did that on purpose, but that's, yeah, not the best. Well, it's gonna be confusing when you have the mini player at some point if you add it. So there might be a time where we will need to rethink how this is gonna behave. And it's fine. I would go for something like the latest trend, not really, but it doesn't really matter. It's fine. Yeah, that's kind of, I don't know. You may need to play with that a bit. Just a smidge. That's filling. And that. Mm. All right, so you already have that system. God damn. Oh, you did the forward thing that I said we should do? All right. I'm gonna keep this mess for now. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. So now you have your create playlist, edit playlist model, which is cool. You have the proper full playlist section right there in dark mode and in light mode so that you see how things are supposed to behave. And I think you're good. I think you're good. Yeah. You might want to get the also that crop is kind of wild, but that makes sense. You might want to have like a per row brain. A per row brain? Yeah, a per row more options section. But then if you remain, like if you believe that your right click is the correct thing and that most users will understand, keep the right click. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Yeah. That table is not. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I disagree with this though. God damn, who am I? Why did I? Yeah, who the fuck does this? That's how it's supposed to be. Like your like is supposed to be on the far side, not the other way around. I don't know what I was on, but I was onto something for sure when we did this. That that is crazy. You see, that's exactly what I said. Uh, and that thing already has, if I remember correctly, it already has on hover all of these things. So this is exactly what we were having and had this defined when that was the case. So yeah, uh, yeah. No, it's that's what there that is. It is. It is. I really think what I said last time was remove the gradient, get the thing with a solid background so that it matched the rest of the app, and then remove the description in the content, the similar content when it's a playlist. I really think that's what I said to figure things out, because it's simply like, if this is hidden, you have the playlist view. If this is displayed, you have the album view, and you were done. Like, that makes a lot more sense than whatever additional thing we created here. Not that it's bad, it's just like it's so much work for no fucking reason. Um, so, you know. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we had the playlist thing with all of the playlists available, and I probably just said it should tie back to what we already have here. Like, dang, that makes so much more sense to me. That this was the display option. Also, I don't know why we have a border here. That's not what I was supposed to see. Boy. Yeah. Uh-huh. Let me see. So if I just move that to Malcolm, hi, welcome on in. Good time zone. Good day, good everything. If I just do the thing that I thought we should have done, ta-da! That's to me, that's a bit better than this in terms of the design itself. But then I do understand. It did. It did. I appreciate it. Thank you. I do understand how you might feel as yourself not having the gradient on top for the colors and the thing that you wanted to have. And specifically because we had the image, if you don't have an image, what does it look like? Which is fine. I agree. I agree. And so the only thing is this. Like, that, if you have an image, it needs to be white. But if you don't have an image, because that happens as well, it needs to be based on the color that is going to be your accent color. And In that specific use case, we used 7. Oh, my bad. Wrong thing. You use that. And that one is just... the transition. The transition would work. What the fuck did I remove? That's just bad. Yeah, if you just have this with your regular thing as a gradient going from slate 0 to slate 0. Wow. Yeah. That's a thing that you can do. That is a thing that you can do for sure. Get the same effects. You lose the search though. That's not necessarily good. Appreciate it. Thank you. I just died. God damn. It killed me. I'm so old I can't sneeze anymore. Yeah, I feel like this is what I had intended in the first place, but for some reason, you know. Shit. That's why. That is why. That's the reason why this thing doesn't work. God damn. Yeah, I have a thing in my throat now. That's crazy. Oh. I shouldn't have sneezed. I shouldn't have sneezed. That's crazy. Um, well, you decide. At this point, I don't think I give a shit which one you decide to go for. I think they are kind of the same thing anyways. This one might be a bit more clean compared to the previous one, but um, you know, like that's fine. That is fine. I'd say the only thing that is potential of a change is if you have like a picture that you use as a banner, uh, and then you extract the color from there. But yeah, if you're just doing that, that's fine. I don't know. I don't know. Also, my brain is telling me something. As if I missed something in the chat. Um, yeah, no, I'm done with the chat. I mean, I'm not done with the chat, but like I followed through. We good. We are good. Yeah, no, overall, I feel like this is the cleanest potential. If you want to go through the existing thing that we have, that's not gonna work. But you know, light mode can be a very clean gradient from top to bottom, and dark mode can be a bit of a separation if necessary. If that's not the case, if you don't want to have that, which is understandable, it's just a matter of making sure that you use like 7 or something to have enough contrast ratio. But yeah, Froskies, welcome back. And congrats on finishing the work. That is pretty good. That is pretty good, always. Um, yeah. What do you want as entertainment? Me struggling to do some code, basic things, right there. God damn it. I don't know what do you want me to talk about with the French accent right there, because, you know, we don't have a lot of French things to explain in that current segment. Everything is pretty done, right? That design is changed, so I think it is better. But yeah, I don't know why you currently have this one though. That is the question. I don't remember, and then nothing works. So you know, it is not gonna be working perfectly fine. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Enroll your own Cloudflare responsive transform component for root. I think somehow your environment is tunneling to Cloudflare and I can't mess with it. I don't know what any of this means, but congrats, I guess. I guess congrats. Um, hmm. Yeah, no, I don't know how you went from one to the other. But I also don't see the other designs anyways. So, like that design is the design that I have defined here, like my initial artist page, which is that, is roughly what you have here, right? You have your home, your album, your whatever, specifically the home page right here. So that you went through with it, basically, kind of. You don't have the albums, but that's fine. You took this and you did the thing as intended, almost. Um, but then the album page, which is supposed to be, I guess, this, you don't have any of the design that we had defined on the side. I guess. I guess. I don't know. Um, It's probably because we have said something along the line of the description is going to be here anyways, and then these data, you don't have them right now, and therefore it's easier to not show them, but I don't remember. Instead of serving images locally off of the sites that writers have uploaded, I take the original image generator source set of width and aspect ratio, create a Cloudflare query for each. To smart crop them and optimize them to an AVIF MWP and fast them back. I see of as a single image with all the resizing data. That's pretty cool. That is pretty useful though. I'm not gonna lie about that. That's pretty cool. Specifically because that way you can just serve the current correct size. So for example, this one, which is the very pixelated version. And then this one is the very not so pixelated version. That's good. I get that. Yeah, I don't like it personally, but that's I don't care. um, it's your app. At the end of the day, you do whatever. You do whatever. But I think this was supposed to be the main layout for the playlist. So yeah, whichever. It's basically the same thing. Like, not gonna lie, the only difference that I have here is for contrast ratio. I changed from 7 to 9 in the level of brightness in the background for the colors, and then you can still 100% get the same thing. It's fine. 7 is okay. And then instead of having the play button in the top right, nope, in the top left, you have it in the top right at the same level. So that's the only difference. The rest is the same row. It's supposed to be the same row. You have the additional thing that I had in mind in the first place, which is remove from playlist, add to playlist when necessary, and then menu for other things. So, you know, that's the thing. I forgot exactly what that one was doing, but it's fine. It's the same view nonetheless. Like, there is almost no changes. If I remove this, for example, you end up with something that is very much the same. So very much the same ID. You take whichever works for you. I mean, it's the WordPress thing, so yeah, I would hope so. It's clunky. Um, I do think I should do the same thing though. I should probably have a system that posts the user images into um, the bucket itself into folders. So that would be helpful so that this one is uploaded as full resolution. Maybe it doesn't need to be that full resolution. So that's the thing that will probably need to be changed. And then I have a bit of a question, but it feels weird. What would you think if a card resizes itself automatically based on its content? Meaning, and specifically the card in question is the text card. I am thinking about adding the ability to say if we pass the 5 lines of text displayed, it will automatically resize itself to the horizontal version or to the vertical version, depending on something, whatever, how packed the card is. To add as much text as possible. I'm guessing it's probably going to start here if we reach the 14 lines of text. It then goes here. And if these 14 lines of text are also passing, it goes there. Is that something that feel like a good behavior for a text-based card? That's my question. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking. I am thinking. God damn. That's crazy. So yeah, we'll see later. We'll see later. But still, this is cool. This is still cool. Yeah, other than that, we may be missing the filter here. That's the only thing that I'm like, could benefit from having like the search somewhere in the playlist. So probably adding it back above all songs, like at the same level here. But yeah, that's to me, that would be the only thing that I would potentially change to ensure that something works or works better. It's just that. I see. Just like that. Just like that. But yeah, I don't remember. I wish to. Technically, it is. So this is something that we needed to talk about today, and then we went on Figma, which is fine. But this just dropped, and this is Pencil. Pencil is a Claude Code based Figma alternative. So you have the ability to just say things like turn the step 1 frame into dark mode, right? So, for example, if I were to say to light mode right here, and then I just run that, it's going to look for something that is called step 1 frame, and then it's going to take some time. It's way longer, but it will look for things and then do whatever needs to happen. And I'm done with it. And so that is something that can be 100% added to your workflow, and it like right now, obviously, there is these prompts that are like all around the initial first page thingy, but you can just chat with Claude on the side and then generate pages. The best thing is to like really use and create the components properly in the first place and have like all of the things set up, proper namings and so on. But once you're there, you can create a prompt like this that just says design a dashboard in step frame 3, which is this one where it was empty when before I changed that, which wasn't a link in bio platform using components. But using the components are right here. So it's used all of this to recreate that. And not saying that it's the best design ever seen in everywhere, anywhere, but it's better than nothing. It's plugged in with your Claude Code or Claude account. So that's it. And yeah, like it's that useful, and we have reached the point where if I can import Figma file directly in there, which I haven't tried yet, but if I can import a Figma file that is basically my personal design system, Figma is done. Obviously I'm not touching it alone and often lately, mostly in code stuff still, not a dev, but if that happens, I'm moving tools for obvious reasons. Uh, but yeah, no, the overall things is pretty simple. The shortcuts are making a lot of sense. I mean, they are very much close to what we're used to. And yeah, no, this is not something that is acquired by Claude. This is pencil.dev. So this is not a Claude acquired thing. It might be acquired at some point, and it should be acquired by Cursor. Like it needs to be. Like Cursor needs to acquire them as soon as they can, because otherwise someone else is going to take over, and that is going to be the decisive factor on what needs to happen. Like the IDE wars is won by this thing for designers. Right now, Cursor is winning because it is the most optimized interface. If you bring this to the designers, there is no more questions. There is no more designers trying Loverboard, designers trying Replit, and so on. Like this is instant. All of these platforms are dead. So yeah, highly recommend checking it out because it just came out, and as far as right now, um, it's free. So you know, uh, uh, but yeah, like that's the thing. I also know for a fact that these platforms that are just starting usually provide something like a grandfathering and testers demo and so on, so that if you start in the beginning and you have an account since day one, you may have massive discounts, you may have better outputs or freer stuff. So yeah, but that's the video. I'm just gonna let it play. It just works with Cloud Code. So if you need a Cloud Code instance running on your computer at least once in the beginning to make the connection. But yeah, I know that this thing has been sped up based on how speedy this is, but this entire thing is it's pretty impressive. The reason for that specific design style that they have is because of their use of components, like their component page that contains all of these designs. But once done, like you're pretty good, and you can access it through Cloud Code directly. Um, Generate the code out of this, and yeah, I'm pretty impressed, to be honest, by what they have to showcase right there in no time. So yeah, that is what we kind of want to see in the AI race for designers. But also, Ah. the fact that they have a .pen slash open format for the file format, that's a very cool thing. It's not that complex. I forgot if it's like right there. Yes, it is. Um, it's I was about to say, can I do that? Yes, I can, but it's not the best IDE, but like basically you have something that is a JSON format here. That's why it works. So, yeah, no, that's neat. That means that any agent, any AI, any whatever format platform that exists can read a JSON file with no issues, and you can have like the output and the understanding of what is in there in no time. So check it out. Download it before it's paid. If it turns to be paid at some point, download it before it gets acquired by someone. If I could invest in them, I would, because, well, I did that. That's it. I would. I can't. But yeah, like, yeah, no PC version just yet. I know. 1 second. I don't think that's a good option, but what I do like about it is the fact that you could have Cloud Code on your CLI in Windows, and um, and then use Pencil through that. So as they say, they have a cursor extension. So if you use cursor, you can just get the cursor extension, and now you have that inside of cursor on Windows. So you don't need to leave your environment. It's just like, oh yeah, it's right there. Highly recommend. Highly recommend you to check it out. At least check it out. But yeah, that's one of the things that we needed to talk about today, for sure. Anywho, I don't know if you remember, some months ago now, no, some weeks ago, we talked about something that I had as an idea, mostly with Yan, but with everyone. I wanted to build a product called Last Week in My Feed, or Last Month in My Feed, or Last Year in My Feed. And the idea for this was a platform for me to figure out which things I have liked on my own profile, and then get a bit of a recap at the end of the day of everything that has been liked, and uh, and everything that is good so that I can create some sort of a newsletter to send to everyone. That was the initial thing. Right this instant, someone decided to do exactly that. And so it's a bookmark platform from Twitter specifically, and basically has screenshots and stuff. And right now, it's a personal thing. So I obviously every media is just like whatever is on Twitter. But then what I'm asking here is how did you manage to scrape the platforms? Give me an answer. Don't do that. Like, just answer the question. God damn. Pissed me off. It's kind of sad because I feel like it would be a very cool thing. There are like some stuff in there that I don't think would work. But maybe I need to see. The thing that I don't like about it right now is that's the thing, is that person that says would love to chat because they've been like creating bookmarking stuff since the beginning, and there is like a unique value proposition, which makes sense. It's the case. But I feel like this is probably going to be a bad move from the initial creator right here. If they decide to go with that person, mainly because they don't know. They don't know how it works. So yeah, we'll see. But yes, so that's the thing. The Twitter and Instagram basically don't allow scraping, and they do their best to avoid bots and other things to scrape whatever platforms. But because this is supposed to be your account, like it's supposed to be my likes, like I'm supposed to get this. Like I just want to see this. That's it. I want to go through that and say, does the post in question contains media? If yes, save it to the list. And because most of the thing that I likes are usually with media, that's it. Most of my likes are gonna be in there, and that's the only thing I want. So for me right now, the only potential thing that I can do or think of doing in order to still achieve that and make it work, it's going to be somehow a way to connect my account. But yeah, excuse me, you upload content, you relinquish any ownership and allow us to use your content. Yes, that is the case on Twitter, on Instagram, I think, and that's also now the case on TikTok. It wasn't the case, but it's still the case. It's kind of weird. The TikTok new terms of services, because since yesterday the Oracle ownership in the US has taken effect, so I'm still on the US version. So that's the thing. Anyways, it doesn't matter. You still own your stuff. You are the owner, but you provide a license to the platform. So yeah, not the best, but eh, eh. But you use on TikTok, you still own the things, but you provide a license, a free license, which is a pain in the ass. But yeah, it's fine. So there's that. I know that there is a ton of things that we could achieve with that, but for example, this one would get skipped because there is no media in there. So yeah, that is the only reason why I'm still on Twitter, to be honest. I can't really show you my feed on Threads for TD's reasons. It was kind of safe for a split second right there, but yeah, I mean, it's just titties with Threads, which is kind of annoying. Most of the stuff is still good content, but like, still, it's kind of bad. So Twitter is safe. I made it as safe as I could. But yeah, like there is a ton of things in there in my personal feed that would be beneficial to be inside of a Substack or something. Like this week, here is everything that I've seen and everything that I liked, and this is the reason why. Which is something that we used to do in the beginning of streams, and then we kind of stopped because of engagement reasons. But yeah, like all of that is a pretty interesting content, interesting concept. Some people are doing really, really cool animations and previews, and like that's a cool idea. Doesn't mean that it's amazing, but it's still really cool preview. So, eh, all that makes sense. So yeah. Anyways, so that's a thing. I don't know if that person is able to like do something about their creation. I have a feeling that it is something like work OS free tier developer stuff, because when you are in the developer thing, you can connect to Twitter and it goes through work OS API and not Twitter's API. Like you don't need your personal API key. Same thing with Clerk. If that's the case, then I might do that. I might just try it for myself, because that's a, you just create that and you run it in dev instead of running it in production, and that's fine. As long as I can get access to my own content. Like to me, that's the thing that is the wildest. I want to access my own and my own saved posts, and that's it. No one else's. It's just like what is in the post that I like. I just need the links, and that's it. So we'll see. Maybe that will happen at some point, but for now, we're not there. We are not there yet. So we'll see. Pencil is cool. Figma is cool. Dang. Oh, I forgot about that. That's true. That is true. That's the background. Backgrounds be fixed. Also, we don't care. Most people don't have access to themes right now, so we should be good. Anything else, Tony, by the way, from on your end? Things that you needed me to take a look at, other than the initial UX flows thingy? It's probably gonna break stuff. You don't really like the playlist sidebar section. You mean the that? The that right there? Yes, I agree. Compacted? Let's compact it. If only. So, what I would say is it would be a great option for you to go through a system like this, like a header with your title instead of anything else. So, oh my God, this is so slow. So something like that with your playlist is going to be a bit of a better option. I'm not that slow at typing, just so you know. I mean, I am, but like not that slow. However, you would need to switch to like condensed mode, which is the same thing that we currently have on the settings. If that's fine with you, that's fine with me. But that's an option to not have this massive playlist section like this, and it will create a more visual separation in between the two, which I think is better. But that's a you thing. You decide if that's your stuff. And for me, I would probably say something like the stroke at the bottom.
F. Boucheros raided my stream with 12 viewers.
Frank, right? Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome back. I hope you're good. Not Frank. I forgot. Bucheros. FB. Whatever. I hope the stream was good. For those of you who don't know me, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How was your stream? If you don't know me, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. We are currently working on some stuff for Stony, specifically from the olden days when we were still doing some design on stream, and now we're doing some design on stream, which is kind of crazy. So, yeah. I don't know why my brain went somewhere else with your name, but it happens. It happens. I appreciate it. I appreciate the raid. As always, if you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. If you need a raid and stay, you're welcome here. You are welcome here. So yes, Tony, I feel like something like this could be probably a good option to get like a proper playlist section with your some sort of a divider would be an option. What? Yeah. Maybe something like this to help you like get the structure and people to understand what it is. The reason why I'm doing this is because I feel like the current stage of here is kind of similar. We have like title, and it's just like a chevron for the playlists. So that's a common pattern, I think. Spotify is the same, but still, since I uninstalled Spotify from everything, I don't know. Do you have? Are you saying that? Yeah, you can reuse this. Right now, they don't have icons, but the one that you have here has an icon. That's the reason why I'm saying, like, if you reuse the right component, the same component without the icon, it will make the split. And then the only thing that you would need to have is what I had done in the first place, which is have the playlist icon image displayed, because otherwise you end up with something that you don't really know what it is, and that's the reason why it kind of looks weird. At least from my point of view, that's the reason. So, maybe, I don't know. Yeah. In the meantime, you can just simply have the icon container be a pure white square on the side. Like you make it an icon, but you just make it white on white or black on black or whatever your primary color on your primary color, so that it just looks like a container. And you will then have the image fill this thing, but later, like right now, you don't care. So I feel like that's gonna help in order to get like the whole thing working. But yeah, other than that, I don't think you have like a lot of other options, potentials that would make sense for this system. So yeah, debatable. Debatable. Also, these images, goddamn. Goddamn. I'm seeing so much stuff on Techie's projects. I have access to his Figma file. No one knows about it. I'm not in there all the time. But yeah, there are some alignment things that I'm like, yeah, I'd change that. Anyways, forget about it. That can go the fuck away. We're good with this. We have the proper alignment closer to our existing section. And that way, you know what, I should place it the other way, but that's fine. Yeah, no, we're good with that. We are good with that. I'm so scared of this. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's so bad. I'm cleaning up stuff. I think we're good. I think we're good. Which site? This one? Yeah. I'm biased, and obviously that's normal, but like, Stoney's been here since 2021, I would say. 2022? I think 2022. Roughly. And yeah, a while. And so overall, we have been looking at this website since 2022. And now that I've been working and looking at it since 2022, my design senses have changed so much. So much. that, you know, I would redesign the entire thing. Again, probably. There is a lot of things that I would probably do to just ensure that the whole system was better, um, or is more aligned with my current understanding and preferences when it comes to design placements and organization and so on. And the thing that is fun is the fact that in 2022, I made 3 different changes in the navigation system until we reached the agreement of this is the best option right now. And now I kind of disagree. I kind of disagree, but then there is a lot of other things that I feel like would make more sense for his project specifically to get in terms of the design and the presentations. And there are other things that just don't really need to happen based on overall, it's mostly something that is going to be a me thing. So, like my personal preference of corner radius being like corner radius and Stony's being more of a sharper-ish environment where things are, well, sharper, that's the goal. Like these buttons could be rounded. But no. So a lot of teeny tiny changes and small changes like this, for example, where that's going to be either big as zoom at once or yeah. I was expecting that. Like shit like this is an interesting point of view when it comes to rendering an icon and a button that is usually not that. Like usually it is going to be something like this because people are used to that. But then you get something that stands out and it's like, oh yeah, the icon itself has this really cool unified design that is not like a square. Or if I were to use, I'm going to use that as a structure based. Like if I do this, and then instead of having these two here, I'm just getting an additional, like that's 2 and like 1.5 divider right here. I could just put it at 2 just for now. If I'm just getting something that is align top, align bottom, all there, and then change that value to, again, 1.5 or just 1 point, and have this as a small divider right here. Oh, that toggle on the side would be to my taste right now, like much better than this. I mean that it would match the entirety of the platform, but you know, just a small design change could end up somewhere that is a bit better, but then also I know that it doesn't match what Stony wants to have in the platform itself. Like the design that I have done in the past are not necessarily aligned anymore with me and with Tony. So, you know, fun stuff. Chatsian has been pretty cool. I'm more of Nox, welcome on in. Welcome back. I wish I could show you that, but for TD's reason, I cannot. Right now, most of the content that I'm seeing in terms of UI is along the line of these, where there is such an interesting layout behavior, some changes that people are not used to, some color scheme that are more offsetted, off-white, and so on. If I could find the latest one, that would be an amazing thing. But that's crazy. Maybe I saved it. I didn't. But shit like this, for example, is a very interesting change from a regular UI point of view. It's very classical. There is a lot of cards and content, but then there is a lot of gradient and blur and shadows and things to differentiate itself from the rest of the pages. So that is where I land lately, and a lot of them are really cool. A lot of them are less classical. Like if I go into that detail, where the fuck is that? Also, it's Chinese content, so obviously there is a very, very, very different mindset behind it. But some shit like this, I love that. That's such a nice concept. Like you have such an interesting layout and UI change for the content that is displayed, and it's just like interesting and fun to create as well. Like thinking about this stamp, this cards, this thing at the bottom, the elastic that holds everything. It's fun content. Anyways, so yeah, other than that, like that's where I land. Most of my latest stuff is just I want content that is more on the organic, creative things while still remaining inside of a very structured layout, because you need a structured layout for the ease of creation, but then you want something that is creative when it comes to the illustration types or the content itself. So shit like this, real good. Real good. And I was thinking about doing that for band as well, having like your notes as stickers and stickies. But I don't know. I don't know if that would work. I don't know if that would work. What to do with the show all button? If you click on playlist, the title, it goes to show all. If you click on the chevron, it expands. I don't know. Maybe? No. We'll do that. And also, I need to pee again. 1 second. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you could do. Um, I guess it could be something that is conditional based on where you are, but then the show all button can be like not a button that takes the same height, not the same size. Um, like I forgot how these are doing it, but I feel like it's going to be something similar to this, where you have your playlist and you have a button, and then you have the chevron on the side. Um, then again, I don't remember. Um, yeah, no, they don't have shit, to be honest. It's either you are in the everything section, or you filter through with playlists, and then you have all of your playlists, but you don't have a main page with playlists, apparently. Um, so I don't think it's necessary to have like a show all playlists. So I don't know who told them that, but carded design for everything is interesting. Still don't have a light mode. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's necessary. Again, going back to one of my first ever thing I said regarding this platform, I would love for a Command K. I would love for an Omni search, something that just gives you the ability to just say, search for whatever. And if I'm looking for a specific playlist, or I'm looking for a specific artist in there, in that Command K central search section, it's going to give me, oh, it's available here, here, and here. And it's in that playlist as well. So that like feels like a more global thing. But I know how annoying it is, so yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is wildly weird. I get it, but I know. I know, it is one of the first designer I gave you, by the way. If I remember correctly. The Command K is something that I have been trying to implement in a lot of platforms, just because it makes a lot more sense to have a global based thing, but then also it removes the specific search, which a lot of people don't like. So I get both. I understand both points. I like both options. I just think that one of them is a bit more dev oriented than the others. So yeah, it breaks easily, but also it is a potentially frustrating thing when you don't know exactly what you are looking for. Like you remember something, but you don't exactly remember the names. It's broken. So, I mean, not broken, but like it doesn't work as well. So yeah. I get it. I get it. But that's the thing. That is the thing. I don't think you have enough data and the right target audience for this, to be honest. But yeah, nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. So I don't think show all is necessary, depending on how you want to see it. That's a you thing. I don't really care, because you will have all of your playlists on the side, and then again, regular users. And I know I have said that many months in a row. Regular users do not have 10,000 playlists. They potentially have 100. I know it's a lot to pass through, but still, you can scroll there. That's gonna be fine. And then if you go in the start and you have your playlist and you wanted the see all here, that's the best way to access it, because it's just like you click that button, you arrive there, and you don't need to think about it too much. It's just that is how you access all your playlists. So for me, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. But yeah. Anything else? On this one? Like, it's fine. Fine enough. No. Yeah, get rid of these fucking animations. Please. 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 Also, that transition is kind of wild. The fade in is wild. Also, that shadow is crazy. Well, I'm gonna say nothing. I'm really sad about the transitions. I remember that the transition that you made were really good, but now I see things that just don't make any fucking sense in the way they appear and disappear. That's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. This one was nice on the outside. I don't remember much. Oh, I remember this one. That's the thing. Yes. I do. And it's not like I hate this, but it's just my taste have changed so much. And I have like expectation of behaviors that are more aligned with current design and current behaviors for things. And therefore I'm expecting some things to work in different ways. Like, for example, even though this is not going to be a proper like representation, but here I want these cards to behave like these. If I can find it. I want that. Like, I want to have a progressive blur instead of a transparent blur for the content, so that we have the image in full colors, and then we can have the text with enough contrast ratio with the background. Like that's my end goal. The reason why this is not the case is because I know exactly how shitty that is for things that are not Chrome, or technically things that are not Safari. Chrome is kind of shit with it. And then on top of that, I know as well that my current implementation of macOS Tahoe has a lot of issues, which will result in these things flickering all the time. So I do want shit like this to work. And one of the reasons why I like this as well is because of the creativity of like the parallax and so on. And this is something that could be achieved if people are sharing multiple layers. Like if I provide a parallax card as a potential component that takes on 3 layers plus the text and so on, then we can have something like this. And that would be a very cool concept to have on your band grid. Like you are right there, and while you're moving around, you have something that is following through and animated on the side. That's crazy. But you know, that's not necessarily something that would be an easy thing to achieve. And then if I go into other platforms or other things, like here, there is a lot of design choices that I made in the app itself that are not necessarily represented inside of the landing page. The landing page is really basic. But still, the landing page is more aligned with my taste right now than Stoney's platform. Like there is so much stuff that I would change that don't really match with what Stoney wants to have. And I get it. It makes sense. But getting something like this, I doubt is gonna load because I'm on the fucking VPN thing. But getting something like this could work. Let me just un-VPN myself for a split second. God damn it. Wah. So if I go in like TV shows, if I go in my search for crime related stuff or so on, like there is a presentation that is a bit more aligned with the current state of design, and that means round the corners, different style for like your borders, animations when things appears and so on. And that is more aligned with where I currently land. Not necessarily saying that this is like needing to be exactly the same match here, but personal taste have changed, and therefore rendering here might change as well in my eyes. But yeah, like it's just a small amount of stuff here and there, and then again I can't really edit them and change the content in a way that just makes sense to me. So it's kind of sad. We don't have that. As a starting point, you know, more rounded, more space, probably blurred elements here and there. And then there are some content as well in there that I wouldn't necessarily take as a useful thing, um, compared to others. Yeah, no, I know. We had blur in the beginning, and then it broke everything, so we removed it. It makes sense. But stuff like the amount of thing that you have, as in 12 out of 12, 53 out of 46, which makes absolutely no sense. um, like 13 out of 12, which is kind of wild of a value, but nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. These are stuff that are useful for Sony specifically, but for other people as well to achieve and ensure that they have the content that they need to have in their servers. So that makes sense. But the presentation isn't to my liking. The simplicity isn't to my liking. There is so much stuff that we have carded and boxed that would benefit from not being boxed that much. So yeah, there's a lot of there's small different things that I would change. That's it. That is it. Um, at the end of the day, it works, and that's what matters. Like there is uh, no need for more explanation. It's just like right now it's working. It's better than what it was when we met in 2022 with this thing, which I'm already pretty happy with. But there is a lot of there's a lot of thing that is my fault, and I take the blame for this one, and I will take the blame forever. And I'm saying it because it is the truth. I came out of a very specific type of design when I started working on this thing. So I was working on a data heavy platform related to like dashboards and tables and things. So my main goal on a daily basis was to cram as much information as possible. And that is I mean it shows. It shows here. Whereas now that I have had more time to think about other projects and other things, it makes a lot more sense for me to go in the what is useful for the user and what is the use case for this thing. So we are looking at a Netflix-like interface, and therefore it is for consumption and like accessibility of the content, making sure that you find the thing that you're looking for as fast as you can, basically, or faster than nothing. And that would implies more spacing so that your eyes can scan between posters a bit faster. Potentially one less column right here to make it like a bit more easier on the eyes, having bigger posters and so on. Like that showcase less content, but it's a more enjoyable experience overall than what we currently have. So, with that in mind, it's a different thing, and it's fine. Like if I get my padding here and 2 rams, and then I get my gap, 2 rams as well. Why can't I explain? What? Why? Why is the gap not an editable thing? That's so sad. Why are we selecting the wrong thing again? Sorry. It's my computer. But also, oh, that's the reason you are refreshing things in the background. You are refreshing things in the background, therefore I am losing the changes. Yeah, god damn it.
So it was
I'm blaming you on this one. Sorry. Padding 4 is not a good idea. This whole thing is broken now. But yeah, like there is so much stuff that would help with the display overall to be more of an exploration situation. Why am I on mobile now? I mean, the main thing that I'm taking out of this as well is the fact that Netflix has been, or the Netflix that I've been seeing is the Netflix that is on desktop. And so the interface that we have right here is a way different interface than what is used on tablet or other platforms. So you would see things here that are really cramped, but then again, you have a ton of spacing in between your sections. You have these massive things right there, but then when you look at the Disney Plus, things, the interface is a bit better when it comes to the rendering and the presentation. Like you have a lot more space, and it's a more enjoyable experience for TV, for watching experience. So when you arrive here, you're like, oh, cool, I have 4 of these movies, and it's like a lot of images because that's the goal. Whereas on the other one, you end up in something that is a bit cramped, and that is the situation. So, like, that's grand. Same thing if you think about like Apple TV, for example. It's the same. You have a lot less like crammed stuff. It's a lot of white space, a lot of environmental things that just helps. So, you know, details and stuff. It helps. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a very useful patterns of navigation that just make everything feel better, and would do like them. There's something about it. Like, I think, yeah, 5 is an okay thing. It is bigger, it makes more sense. And then the icons that I made myself are not really aligned with what needs to be used around here. So, the icon, yeah. A lot of cones. A lot of cones. Yeah, 175 in the spacing is better, but that impacts something that you don't like, as in here. Also, the fact that you're or touching it in the background that just break everything, so I can't do anything about it. Not that I need to. I wish I could do the things in the browser and then send you a thing where you just have access to whatever changes I made. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. Yeah, but that's a code thing. You know damn well I can't do that. Uh, that's better. Appreciate it. It's a bit of a thermal printer situation. I thought about that a long time ago because Nutty has a physical printer, which is pretty cool. And I wanted to try and see if we could do that as well on here. So now we have this thing, or this thing technically. That would be better. And then here. Ah! I clicked the link. God damn it. Well, fuck it then. But yeah, like that amount of roundness will help. The carding is not necessary anymore. It makes sense when you have the additional things of the player at the bottom, but without that, it doesn't make any sense to have the card centered thing. So that's like small behaviors, small changes that will would make stuff like a bit more organized in my eyes. But yeah, nonetheless, like these icons are cool, but they need to be finer in my taste right now. So that's the, I would say that's the thing. Like a lot of taste changes. That's it. That's it. Nonetheless, on this thing though, what I was thinking is these resizing things to be dark mode and light mode. Right now it is light all the time, and I don't know if I like this. I think I don't. I think I don't like that. I think I need to change that. Bruce, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? So. Yeah, maybe. But then again, using Opus and my tokens for this specific thing doesn't make any sense. It would make more sense for me to get something that is better in terms of usage. So, you know, theme switching is a fine thing to do. It needs to happen at some point, but yeah, did I lose this, or is this just like this computer is dying and oh no, it is. God damn it. For what? I'm pretty good. I'm tired as fuck, as always. But yeah. You mean on the icons? Yeah, 1.5 is the official icon sizes, if that's what you're talking about. 1.25 is a bit weird because 2.5 is not going to end up in a full pixel at the end. You will end up with blurry icons depending on the screen that you're on. So yeah. But yeah, no, for me, it's like these two columns needs to go away. Even if I do that, right, and that's a better thing. Because in that format, it's a bit better, but I would still have like just 5 instead of 6. You know, I know. Also, the fact that the comment S just works, just crazy. Yeah, not really cross keys. Not really. What are you trying to do with the eyebrows? Other things. Congrats on lending in the fucking center. That's impressive. That is impressive. Oh, that could be an interesting thing. But yeah, that's there's that. There are two other names in the center. God damn, that was close. I just saw it pass next to the target. Next to the target. Going back to what I was about to propose last Wednesday, it would be to have the ability to like allow people to change their corner radius and spacing in between the cards. So that would be probably opening the entire section of the theme, like this thing, as a probably full-blown model or a sidebar thingy. But then, because I want to have display themes as well, like right now we have card themes, and that's pretty cool. But I want to have things like, I don't know if I have that, but things that would allow the user to get, that's not going to help, to get a grid that is not like an 8 by something. Maybe display something like this, or display a grid that is their grid that is like this. Like that's the type of shit that I want to implement, giving you the ability to get like a wider thing if necessary, and play with it if necessary, or if you want to. So yeah, that's I would say that's the end goal, to achieve shit like this with proper sizing, proper rendering, and so on. But that is gonna require me to think. And right now, my brain is not working. Not working in the slightest. So it's not gonna help. Not gonna help. Yeah, the other thing that I'm like pissed about is this border is massive compared to what we had in place, or at least what I had defined in the design themselves, to get like the border around the thing to be at basically 1 pixel. The reason why it is bigger now is because Tony has decided to create some sort of a loading animation, and it needs to be visible, and therefore in order to be visible it needs to have some sort of a more width for the color to show through. And so I understand the concept, but I hate it. It makes the app feel bulky and not light, which is the opposite, which makes sense. And everything is heavy. That's what happened when you have this square environment. Most of the things are square. So more space, lighter, more rounded, lighter, like cloud-based experience. The main thing, at least for me, is you want your users to have an effortless experience. I'm using your own words, while browsing and viewing things, and right now it feels heavy. And that's my fault. That is 100% my fault. On top of Stoney's fault of liking sharp stuff. But yeah. A lot of things could be just changed. I don't think this is an editable thing. It kind of is. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. You don't have padding on this one? Is it this? It is. It is. Each one of the entries have a margin right, which is your space, and you want that to be ahead. That, basically. match the rest, but then you can't really have that on everything. It's crazy. Anyways, details. Moving on. Moving on. I'm gonna need to raid someone. Let's find someone to raid that is currently on. I know that Nettie is live. I know that Khalil is live and working on Maddie's stuff, so that's an option. And yeah, let me send you there. Let me send you there. That makes a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense. Dang. Cool. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. We are raiding Khalil, so please join through, gain some points, and so on. You know, the usual. If you have a question and I'm not live during the weekend, you know, join the Discord for that specifically. If you want to stalk me online, the social is on ban. Use ban as well. That's a good thing. If you have some perfumes, go there. And yeah, if you want to learn Japanese, as always, Can is pretty cool. We like it. I made it. I'm not biased. But yeah, no, overall, here is where we are. I should be back. I forgot that again. God damn it. One day I will. Change that number. That number is supposed to be 9, not 4. I should be back on Monday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. And yeah, we'll see what we have. It will be the last stream week of January, so we have a lot of things to think about before February streams, which will be a bit different, I guess, but we'll see. Anyways, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, you know the drill, and I'll see you all on Monday. Bye.